perfect. It is perfect that that happened. If you're watching the VOD, thank you very much for doing that. We're pretty caught up on VOD, so I've got like last week's I need to upload. We're a bit spotty right now. Pattis is slammed with summer classes. Zukin slammed. So I'm not sure how frequent all the VODs are. Hell yeah, Robert. Love this song. But we'll get back in routine probably, maybe. But if you make sure to subscribe here or click the notification thing in Discord. If you don't know where that's at, it's in our Monsters and Memories Discord. Notification setup. It is the second channel. Good day to you, DDJ7777. Coding Caffeine, hello. What's up, John? Just trying to get ready for this stream. We'll see how long it goes. My caffeine may wear off and I may find myself ready to pop out of here in 3 hours or so, which would be a little bit early. I've started early today, but hey, Sparrow. I'm having a damn good day. I hope you're having an awesome day as well. Ready to do some dungeon decorating? Hey, Carthage. Dungeon decoration day. Hey, Chesolo. DDJ7. I didn't say it earlier. I just said hello because he said good day. Thank you for 7 months, buddy. Are we all getting secret invite closed in this stream, right? We're all getting hyper? No. No closed beta. Man, we ain't even done alpha yet. Talking about beta. You're getting ahead of yourself. You are getting ahead of yourself. Alright, do you guys, you know what I'll do? Since you're here early and other people aren't, or you're watching the VOD, which again is appreciated. What I'll do is I'm going to hop into this zone so you can see kind of what it looks like right now. Alright, let's do that. And then we'll get to plopping some stuff down. Decorators do not plop, sir. Depends on what we're using as decorations. All we're going to be decorating with today is poop. Not to be crass, not to be juvenile. Just poop. Pooping through the dungeon. One second. I've only seen that.
That was fast.
Did I hear poop? Where's the poop?
Yes, you did hear poop, Vive. Thank you for 39 months. Jeez. Jasmine lost something. I'm helping her. I'm helping her solve a mystery. I don't know where you left it. You left that random ass thing sitting where it shouldn't be. No? Yeah? Alright. Well, you lost it. It's probably at the gym. Yep. Mom, I'm streaming now. Gosh. They pick things up, they put them down. Decorators? Hey, Schmonite. What's up, Vice? How have you been? Why am I not in game? Why I need to hit play? I can't pause it, Mom. Yeah. This game doesn't have a pause. I think I actually had that conversation a fair bit back in the day. Trying to explain to people. Yeah, MMOs, there is no pause. There's no chill. Can I get in? I didn't even consider whether or not the server's up or whatever. I know we were just doing some patching or something. Hey, Jimster 40k. Boric. Isaba, thank you for 2 months.
11-1 high.
If I knew back when I set up these little emotes that they read out what the emote is, I would have named them differently. Maybe when I'm considering how to improve the stream at some later point, I'll factor that in. Maybe I'll pull a switcheroo as well, right? Like I'll have some innocent looking emote and it'll be a dirty word or something. But what did I just say? Damn it! I take it back. There's some weird stuff going on with my levitation. So I said, been great, man. I love having your stream up and listening while working. I appreciate that. No, the majority are younglings. Oh, almost all of them are still younglings. Have not done anything with the population yet. Wanted to just get like a decent first pass of popping in the like the spawn nodes and some placeholder objects and stuff, and then get with Nick, and then we would look at level distribution and stuff. In your gym shoe, of course. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. I'm glad she found it. Time set. It gets really dark at like 6 p.m. until the moons come up, so. Done a little bit of propping out. Ignore the frame rate on my machine while I'm playing an editor. Just pretend like it's smooth. All right, I think, yeah, you saw back when this was going on. We'll probably do something like, it's better when, check it out, especially without me. Once we get some starlight and stuff, it comes up here. We'll probably, when the actual artists get in here and start messing with textures and lights and props and stuff and cleaning up my mess, then it'll get pretty dope. What in the? Eh? Did I add these? Was I aware of this passage? Did I just completely forget this passage was here? Or do I know this passage? Where the hell is this place? What? No, oh, okay, I know where I'm at. I've been here before. That was the one that leads to Shira and the campfire. Are you making fun of my population and propping so far? You're like, how could I have ever predicted that? We're getting more props, so I'll have more things to plop. We need a chatbot that occasionally says, please ignore the low frame rate caused by Sean playing any other, so you don't have to repeat yourself so often. Ventali, that would be one less thing that I get to say on stream. You're just chipping away at the need for me to even be here. That'd be a rough pull. There's going to be a few of those. A lot of quirky little areas though, right? Like, so this is neat because it's just this out of the way spot. So we can do something neat over here. Then, oh no. Okay, oh cool, because there's a bug, so I didn't fall. If I jump, then it resets my character controller. Sean just claimed he can be replaced by a bot. I'm sure I could. If I get replaced by a bot, then I'm going to replace a bot somewhere. I'm going to be on TikTok eating virtual candies. So if you weren't here last week, keep in mind this water shader is very temporary, and that's why it's like blowing your eyes out at the moment. And the lighting to go along with it is a little bit temporary as well, huh? So this is one little district. Oh man, dinner was great, but I'm gonna be a bit burpy tonight. Sorry. So we got this area here. It's white hot magma. That we may have to steal that idea for another area. It's milk. What if they weren't, instead of being jackal people, they're actually cat people. I need to fix that. Okay. It's your world, man. It can be milk. Yep. So it's cat milk. What was the name of the son-in-law in in Meet the Fockers? Allow. Yeah, I uncensored it. Calm down, Twitch. All right, so this is one area. And then that was the area that we started at back there. The more I work in here, the more the dungeon feels a little less crazy big and stuff. I was talking to folks about that earlier. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough on them. I know a lot of you are looking forward to coming in and killing them, but I think it'll be fun for a lot of folks to actually come in and faction up with them and learn about them as well. What level range are these younglings? They're just placeholder spawns at the moment. And I honestly don't know, like 8. Got a lurk to work? Okay, Sparrow. Oh, I meant to remind Pattis about this. I talked to Pattis after we discussed it the other day about dropping this entry point. So dropping it down a little bit so when you come in, you actually see the full fall. So we were talking about that. And he's gonna drop it down. I mean, I guess in theory I could get in and pull some verts around, but I don't want to mess anything up. If you notice, Pattis has updated some textures in here. We're doing some really fun experiments behind the scenes with texture work, and oh man, I'd love to show you so much, but I think it's one of those things that it's probably better for us to make a little bit more progress and then reveal. Hey, Goblin. Trying to no, I think it's farther down. I don't think it's there either. I think there's just a cubby. Yeah. Hey, Quixana. Did I already say that? I don't think I did. Can't wait for the Ashira playable race unlock so you can hunt them down on a PvP server. Yeah, the whole Monster City thing. But if there are unlocked races, there was a passage here. If they're an unlocked race, then they probably need a little bit more than just Ekir as their city. Maybe. Then we got the goblin area here. It's a bit... The lighting I tossed in is a bit extreme. It's a bit funky. So we'll be tweaking it, but still. Any hidden rooms? Not in here that I've found yet. But there may be some hidden stuff associated with getting here. Cool. So tonight we'll work on tossing in some more goblin trash. I may resize these spikes so they seem a little less giant, like super stylized. They seem a little big to me. I don't know. What do you guys think? And then be placing some more goblin trash in here because they're trashy. More barrels, yeah. Tons of barrels for now. And for those of you that might be interested, this is kind of what it's looking like when... Does Goblin really make that much trash for you to throw about? Our Goblin is working hard on making more stuff to place. Not necessarily trash though. So here's kind of what our spawn setup looks like at the moment. Goblin said he may make some rotten apples today. Nice. What's the best light source right now? Unless I'm mistaken, just a lantern? Maybe there's something better in? I honestly don't know. Probably whatever Nick's put in. So this light here's a little extreme. I can grab that while I'm thinking about it. But like I said, there'll be a lighting pass later. I'm just kind of toying around with ideas and then can talk to Pattis et al. About that. Here. Do spikes do damage if you bump into them? Not at the moment. Bridsmath, thank you for 2 months. Appreciate the prime. Now it's too hot on that side, so let's... Boom. Strange J, thank you as well for the prime and for 3 months. What about standing on campfire? Not at the moment. I think that won't be, if we wanted to do that, Hyper, I think it probably wouldn't be too hard to basically go to the campfire prefab. Right, so if we went into, if you look here, can you see it on your screen? Is it? Yeah, it's kind of underneath this stuff here, but if we were to go to campfires and we were to go to here and then go to here. If we were to look at this campfire is made of essentially the sound emitter, some wood, flame material, campfire stones, ash pile, and a point light flickering. We could probably just add another volume into the prefab that is a volume that basically applies that effect. So you go into it and boom, it hits you with a little fire dot. I don't think it'd be hard. It shouldn't be hard to add that. The question then becomes, is there any cost like overhead that we'd have to consider with that? So that'd be something to think about. I know we were talking about messing around with campfires and stuff to also have like potentially beneficial effects, like stand around a campfire and get a little cozy buff or whatever. So we can see. I'll make a note. Catching up on something, sorry. Every once in a while I'll tab over and be like, "How? What's going on?" This is still the Ekir dungeon. Sorry about that. Let me, I tabbed over so I could paste this into my notes and then wound up getting distracted. Will this paste? It will paste. Cool. That's helpful. All right. Cool. So let's hop. Let me see. Are there any other obvious ones for me to mess with? Need a tower dungeon where the boss is just a gnome wizard who is trying to summon a meteor that's just too big, trying to cause the end of the world since wizards would be running around summoning meteors like it isn't a big deal. In pretty much every game ever. But what's happening with the meteor being too big? What is the impact? I'm trying to, I guess pun intended. I'm trying to visualize what you're picturing. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess they are pretty big meteors when you summon them in video games, right? Because like even tiny little meteors cause havoc. Let's see. Grass. There's a grass prefab in. I know that Pattis was messing with grass. But I don't think the prefab's in. Yet. We've got those grass tufts that we have in Shaded Dunes. So while I'm in here, let me go ahead and make this adjustment. Really certain this was the one. 192. 21. .85. I don't know that. I don't know that that was the one. Let me reset. We'll look at the other one. Hey, Nick. Oh my gosh. Is this reloading or not? Did it reload? Maybe this is the one. Yeah, this makes sense. There's a question. By the way, how does aggro pathing work if you range pull from a higher level? The NPCs will warp to you if you're in a weird spot. I was actually playing with that earlier because I put a ladder to a strange spot. And I was curious if it would do anything bad. And so I went ahead and pulled, and it was no problem at all. Goblin warped up and punched me in the face. As he should. It was up here, actually. I was just very curious up here. Alright, so you're going to see more barrels and boxes today. We've got some great props that are coming online, but I don't think I have access to them yet. Goblin's been doing some really cool, like, 2D props. Here, I'll... Well, I mean... Oh, Hypernova. I know what you're saying. Okay, so if you're up on a ledge and there is a path to get to you, I'm fairly certain it'll follow the path to get to you, but if it gets stuck somewhere and it can't reach you because you're in somewhere really kind of cheesy, then it should warp to you. Ooh. Alright. Harrison, aka Pattis, said got reed and grass prefabs and material up and running, pushing in a minute. Awesome. Now I can plop in grass as well. I have to get with Harrison when he's got behind the scenes I tend to say Harrison because it's such a rad name. I have to get with Pattis and when he's got extra time and be like, all right, give me some feedback on my prop plopping so I don't wind up just creating a bunch of extra work for him if it's kind of rubbish. Download. Download, please. Download. Go open folder. Open video. See what he's got. What? They even got a subtle little something going on with him. We'll have to take a look at that. I'm such a stick in the mud. I have to look at it and see if we want it moving. I don't know if we're gonna want it moving. But that's easy enough to fix on the prefab if we don't like it. I was looking at a game recently and all their grass was just constantly wiggling. Everything was just wiggling and I'm like, why is that happening? Awesome. Hey, Brown Butcher. Some jerk scheduled a bunch of meetings today. Have you talked to them? Don't they know that you've got stuff to do? Okay, I think we've nabbed all of them. They feel a little big, so... Let me undo that actually. Cool. Are they different scale? Carthage, you work in the government? Too tiny. Economic development. The last time I was in here, I was doing consulting for mental health in Wyoming and Montana. Back in Washington now. Oh, interesting. Compliant Oyster, thank you for 4 months. Meetings about meetings that's not just a government thing. Got the feeling I'm making these all sorts of weird, but we can always fix it in post. The new materials being on here definitely helps a lot. It's really nice. Oh, so Nick had a note last week, and I think I made like one adjustment. While I'm thinking about it again, I thought about it, this morning, yesterday, and was like, shit, I need to hop on that. Let me go in. Well, I found a handy thing here. If you select all, it highlights the whole hierarchy. If you hit the left arrow key, then it basically collapses everything. Then you've got this nice clean area to work in. Is the current music going in game? Very chill and cool. Yeah, this is actually the zone music for the glass flats, a zone we really haven't spent much time in. Here, Pat has said the material for the grass has parameters to increase or decrease the intensity of the movement. Oh, tight. Oh, it's a shader. It's not even animation. That's pretty badass. Yeah, so like I said before, there's Pattis and another individual who will remain unnamed for now. I've been doing some work behind the scenes that it's super cool to look at. But man, I would love to be able to show it. But I think it'll have to wait for another day. But man, it's so bad. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I did say glass flats. Hint. Bork, it is related to environment textures. Environment textures. And it's super cool. Landon said, LOL, I'm watching the Eco guys in Unity and watching you in Unity too. It's a race. Who will finish their feature first? Oh man. I personally don't need that kind of pressure. I don't know about the Eco guys. Maybe they thrive on it or whatever. Is there gonna be prismatic colors and glass flats? We haven't done we've done a little bit of concepting that's pretty cool, but it had a set color palette. We may get weird in some spots in glass flats. There's some opportunity to do some really weird stuff in there because lore-wise, there's some really weird stuff in there. And it can be over the top fantastical. Goblin said it's one of those big jumps in quality, in my opinion. Yeah. I was excited about how excited Goblin got when he saw video of the thing I'm talking about. So 2 things I may do real quick. Nick had mentioned with regards to torches, we got these big blasting torches in here because they're set to base scale, and I thought that we adjusted all of them, and then I went through and tried to like basically go through each one of them and make sure it was placed properly. But I've got to admit something. I did not check in my work the other day because I planned on getting a lot more done this weekend, and then my weekend really got away from me. Had some stuff pop up. Did volunteer work on Sunday for IPSC shooting competition here in town at my wife's shooting club that she's a part of now, and we thought it was just going to be a few hours and we'd come home, and man, basically we got there at 8 and we're non-stop just putting tape marks over bullet holes on the various targets and stuff. I know it sounds silly, but trust me, back and forth between shooters, taping them up, resetting, moving targets and all this stuff. We did that with 2 15-minute breaks from like 8:30 in the morning until we started cleaning up, and then helped tear everything down and clean up at like 5. Oh man. Yeah, it was exhausting. Yeah, first, the demo this morning. The video I showed you guys. Landon said, got a PS2 and Champions of North yesterday. Did you ever get into that? Loved it. And honestly, I told Jasmine, my wife, about EverQuest and how I got into the game industry and all this stuff. Like when we met and we're dating, and like told her all about it. It just didn't, she's like, okay, whatever, but she's not an MMO person. She had played like the Gothic games were popular here and stuff. But anyway, so we went to a video game, we went to the art museum in Hamburg, and they were doing a video game display, like an exhibition for a week or two, and it was like all sorts of, it was just all video games, tons of stuff. and we walked by when we were in the PlayStation area, the console area. She was like, "Oh, I played this one," and it was Champions of Norath. I was like, "Really? No shit." Yeah, it's like, I love this game. Me and my, old boyfriend, we used to play together and blah, blah, blah. And it was a lot of fun. I was like, well, that is the world that I got my start in. So, hey, Talet. So yeah, I played it. I did an interview with Jake Sones, and he had worked on it. If you haven't seen the Jake Sones interview and you like Champions of Norath, definitely check it out on A Loving Robot. It is... I'll do the... It's part of that VOD collection that I have. Landon said, shooting club? I've yet to shoot a real gun steel. I think this was Jasmine's when she basically went out there for the first time. Last year when we went, it was her first time ever shooting, and she took to it naturally. She's very kind of precision and mechanically minded. She's a dental surgeon, so she's used to precise kind of mechanical control with her hands. So she's really taken to it and done really, really well with it. So I mean, I was born in Florida. My family's in Florida. I've lived in Alabama, Texas, and been in the Army. So I've touched a few guns. Ventali said, "Oh, that's a lot of work. I assisted on setup, restage with a small club out here, and it's tough." Yeah, I was shocked at just how worn out I was at the end of it. 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. So if we make these half the size, I don't know if Nick's still listening. I think that's what we were shooting for before. I guess we can hit save real quick and hop in and look. But I think I think half the size is the move. So let's come in and then we'll resize all of these. Landon said, I need to rewatch the interview with Jay Barbeau that you did. I was having to edit one of his midis, the one for Surefall Glade / Kano's Ranger Guild. It was very messy, nothing quantized, nothing in sync, and I was fixing it all manually. And was that the original one? Jay just seems like he was came in and just kind of went at it. He was really, really fun to talk to. I feel bad because I think somebody even commented in the comments, or like, I don't know if it was him or it might have been Kevin McPherson. Somebody had commented like, "Oh, you're a little quiet or whatever," or "You didn't seem interested." I was like, "Oh no, it's quite the opposite." Like, I was so kind of like starstruck talking to those guys that it screwed with me a little bit. I'm like, oh man. Yeah, first, those would be the grass prefabs. I'm gonna grab them in a second and start plopping some of those around and see what they do. And said, yeah, it was the original MIDI file. It was all play freehand, no regard for a metronome or anything on that song. Love it. Okay, cool. That looks good. That looks tight. Kind of feel like these they got such a hot spot. I think we're gonna wind up redoing these torches. Some big effing barrels as well. Let's see. Time set 7 p.m. Okay. Man, it's just, that's so hot. Hot. Very hot spot. Well, we'll get them in place, then we'll get it addressed. I gotta work on my posture. Oh, I keep saying that. So we'll just go through the list. Nope. Lights. Torches. This is the front area. Oh, that's what it was. I think we started in a different area. Did I grab latest? Full origin 15 minutes. Nope. Here come the props. Hey, Zeitgeist. Good to see you. Yeah, Brown Butcher. Brown Butcher said this song is such an earworm. Yeah, I could definitely see this one sticking with you.
Oh my god, 3 years. I wonder how much hair I've lost waiting for this game to come out.
Ollie, thank you for 3 years. I'm sorry the game has taken so long to come out. I know you're waiting in... What? I didn't realize that. That's no good. Cool. Well, you know, while we already got it duped, let's just put it somewhere. Why not use it? Put it in here. Ollie, you know what? I'm going to speak to the team. Especially on the tech side. It's really... It's about time. We need to speed things up. I'm going to talk to them. How did I do what? Make the prop appear? So I'm learning some Unity. That's always going to build confidence. Oh, that part right there, you can't place why it's got such a quality to the earworm quality. Let's go back. The merchant song. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, but I can imagine for maybe you guys are thinking as well, like the folks that just have popped in here for the first time or just watch a VOD for the first time. I'm in here like, how does Unity work? Wait. All right, I'm gonna go right back, Brown Butcher, and listen. I don't know, man. Ugh. Robert just has this ability. Fuck, what is that? Robert has this ability to do, you know, make music that's just like punches you right in the nostalgia button. You're like, oh. Hey, Creation Vibes. I was like, what is that shaking its ass right now? Is that... It's a gnome. A rock gnome? What kind of gnome is that? Get out of here. It's from Harry Potter. No, it's not. Timestamp or it didn't happen. I keep... Monty, you're not out there, are you? Probably, he would have already said hi if he was. Now that's a barrel room. Nice work. You know what? I lost some changes when I forgot to check in the other day, and then got my stuff nuked. I thought there was at least one more pile looking this way. I had added one more pile of tiny barrels. That's very important. Tiny barrels. Let's hit that while we're in here. Tiny barrels is where the good hooch is? Exactly. That's why you see so many tiny barrels where the goblins are. The goblins area is it's littered with tiny barrels. Someone should pick up some of these barrels, man. There's a rare spawn giant gorilla. Any assassins or suppliers in this room? Well, you'll just have to read the wiki or hang out in there. It's funny when you go back and look at the room design on some of those rooms that you'll never forget because of how much time you spent in there. it's amazing just how simple some of them were. Or it's like, oh, I just had to climb up here, but then there's a couple barrels and a little interesting light here and there. Oh, it's just, I think it's something about the nature or pace of the slower kind of campy gameplay where you're just spending a lot of time in there, where you're not overly inundated with like crazy details and like, oh, it's really crazy animations and tons of just shit that's kind of like overloading, overloading your senses. But you just sit in there and it's just like, yeah, it was just, so that's something, those are things that we've when people are like, oh, why are you doing it the way that this game did this or that game did that? Like, we really have spent time sitting around deconstructing why we feel like what impact certain design decisions or art decisions or whatever had on us, right? So at least that's my story. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. I can be consistent with the story. Just ask first. Apparently First and Goblin were talking while I was asleep and just talking and talking and talking. I woke up and Slack was like, you have missed 483,000 messages. I was like, what in the world is going on here? And then I get in there and First is like, so our question is blah. And so I just started my usual, I just ramble and monologue and ramble. To be honest, we didn't talk much. You didn't talk much once I got on there, because that's my job. I just talk and talk and talk and talk. And then First started laughing and goes, I basically told Goblin you're going to say all of that. I was like, then why did you even ask? Just make it happen. Jeez. Any plans to have the textures wrap consistently, or will there be like EQ where they stretch and go different directions based on geo? I think they're going to be UV'd properly. Like, it's not going to be all crazy like this or whatever. This stuff's in here super placeholder. I'll find out soonish if I can show off the thing that I'm so excited about. But essentially, if you weren't in earlier, I was saying that that Pattis and another party who will remain unnamed for the time being will be have been looking at texture work, and it's just the stuff that the individual has done so far is got me super excited. So consider it when you look at something like these textures, just consider it the capsule man of textures, right? Just old capsule man. Yeah, it's I'm pretty stoked. Goblin said he's pretty stoked. I think Brandon was asking when we were talking about earlier if it was the video I showed earlier. Sorry, first I'm so bad at using everybody's stage names. When will you be able to see it? I don't know. I'll find out from the people working on it when they're comfortable with it. We may make you wait a while. I'm pretty bad at that, but we may make you wait until we've like applied them as we plan to, or something crazy like that. Make you wait? What? That's not what we're here for. I didn't know it was a make me wait kind of stream. John, you son of a bitch. Oh, my old platoon sergeant, Sergeant Hardy. That's what he would always call me. Call me a son of a bitch. I love that guy. He's so awesome. I think campfires should be smaller for the goblins as well. This year they're fine. But I think for the goblins, they feel a little bit big. And they're different anyways, right? They're glowing red. That's crazy. How was everybody's weekend? I forgot to ask before. I told you a little bit about the fact that mine was a lot busier than I had expected. It was good. Okay, great. Thanks, guys. Glad you had a good weekend. Good talk. Good talk. Oh, I always forget there's a time delay as well. Lit had Texas barbecue and played. D&D? Oh, I thought D with a dollar sign after it is what everybody's calling Diablo 4 now. Because I just looked at the numpad. It is the number 4 on my... Like the dollar sign is on the 4 on my keyboard, but my keyboard's foreign. Hyper said, finished watching the Vietnam War 2017 documentary this weekend. It was great. Is that the... Oh, man. Was this... is that the... Is it Ken... who made the documentary? Because I watched one that was like a... It's like multiple... Ken Burns. Yeah, thank you, Zukin. Yeah, and I watched a long, like, multi-part Ken Burns Vietnam War documentary several times now. And it's fantastic. Fantastic. Really interesting look into the war and America. 10-part, 18-hour documentary series. Yeah, I think Jasmine and I might have actually watched that when we were in Sweden. There are a number of like documentaries like that I'm like, hey, you're married to an American now. Here's a little bit about America. There's that one. There's the LA riots one. You know, there's some interesting stuff to kind of help you understand this. Hey, Pattis. So Pattis, I was teasing folks and saying that you and a person that for the time being will go unnamed have been working on some stuff behind the scenes with regards to textures that has me and others that have seen it pretty jazzed. But I can't show it off yet, I don't think. I'd want to ask. Want to ask the other individual. If you wanted, if you had the time, you could probably repost the video that he posted in our Slack so that other folks can see it. Because I was just streaming in a huddle and I was like, check it out. I don't know how big the video is though. Let me see, file size. Nope, I just downloaded that one. Is this it? 20 megs. Oh, yeah, Slack may poop on that. No worries. Slack may plop on that. Yeah, sorry. You figured out the merchant using, I think. That's a sick lift of some keynotes if it was intentional as a nod to another piece. You should hit up Robert and ask him. As much as you talk about that stuff, I would assume you guys communicate. He's just, man, he's a fun dude to hang out with. It's really cool because you can, if you have, it's been posted, right? That is up on our, let me find this. I'm gonna go to our YouTube really quick. If you guys are not subscribed to our YouTube channel, you should do it. I'm going to get you into it. I appreciate your follows here. I appreciate your primes and your subs. But subscribing on the M&M YouTube channel, it doesn't even cost you anything. We have 387 videos posted. It's almost as if you were curious about what Monsters and Memories is about, you could find out on YouTube. What? Is it not posted yet? Eh? Is the video where Robert popped on, is it not posted? I don't see it here. I need to get that shit up immediately. Huh? I don't think it's on here yet. What? Do one of you guys run Mandrake Farms? Keith does. Let me look at something real quick. What other VODs are missing? Search. Loving Robot broadcast. And I don't trust it to stay on Twitch long enough, so let me make sure that, because they delete VODs and stuff. Search. Let's find this thing. There he is. Oh my gosh, I have more to download than I thought. All right, I'm going to leave this up so I don't forget. This. If you don't want to wait, you can just check it out on the VODs here. But Robert, the man we've been talking about music, this guy does our music and sounds. If you haven't watched this with him, dude, check it out. I need to get the rest of these fools on here as well. Nick, just because you've been on stream before doesn't mean you don't get an interview. Nick, Zukin, Pattis, Goblin in detail. Just because you have talked about concept art and stuff before, we can get in depth with you. You don't have to do a face reveal if you don't want. Everybody. Yeah, Ollie's been on, but we didn't really do any sort of an interview, right? It wasn't really an interview, was it? Ollie's been on. Space Jam crossover with Monsters and Memories win. You want to hear something pretty unacceptable, but it's true and I don't care. I've never seen Space Jam. I don't think. It may have been on at a party or something at some point. And because it's a party, I don't remember it. but I don't think I've ever seen Space Jam. Well, you know, you can unsub here, that's fine, but you can't unsub from Monsters and Memories YouTube. That'd be unfair to the team. Alphonse says, me neither. Good. We'll start a club. Hyper says, open-ended question, what's the vision of in-game going to be like in MNM? I think that would be a fun group question. A fun question if we had a few people on here talking at once. We're going to be experimenting with one of the elements that we think will play a factor in the end game in a not too horribly distant future. Bless you. But what we're shooting for is, well, I'll say what we've been discussing is for in-game to not feel dramatically different from the core game. We don't want to create a situation in which people feel like the real game starts at the end of the game. And so doing something that feels dramatically different in terms of gameplay and your focus. Even the idea of, like, in the past we've talked about rating and stuff, and I'll state something from a pretty extreme end in order to just sort of reinforce like concerns, and then we can work away from it. This is where I was about to go. Like, I've enjoyed raids. I've enjoyed making raids. I've enjoyed being in a raiding guild. My primary concern was something where you go from the game is primarily group focused to all of a sudden the best shit and the coolest things you can see, the best shit you can get and the coolest things you can see in the game are all multi-group focused. Then it becomes, in a sense, different games. People are like, oh, I need to get through this single group nonsense as quickly as I can so that I can see the actual cool stuff. And so the concern I've put forward is, hey, how do we make it to where when we do multi-group content, it does not invalidate the rest of the game? It doesn't become like the end game becomes a tier that is you want to progress to, because is the end game really the end? If the end game was the end and you're like, all right, now we're done here. But what winds up happening is the end game, when the game first comes out, the end game is the end. And then the game keeps going. So it's no longer the end, and it becomes the parallel game. And then you wind up supporting both games in a certain fashion. Does that make sense? Maybe I'm explaining it poorly. So the idea is that the end game will look a lot like the rest of the game, but there will be things like multi-group content that will be present in the game, and they may not be limited to just the end game. And there'll be things within the trade skills, within a concept that we've called expeditions, right? So one of the things we talked about was if you had multiple groups of people or a guild working together towards certain goals, is the only thing that we could think of as that goal a raid, or a sort of a singular experience? And so one of the things we talked about with expeditions, and we're probably going to play around with, like I said, in a not too horribly distant future, in a placeholder manner, because Ollie's he's going to be working on the systems that we need for it soon. Essentially, it's just a different formation of the content. It's not like a unique set of systems. It's systems we want to get in anyway. So imagine, I'll try to use an example I think some folks might resonate with you, or you might understand. But imagine going to Kunark, but there was no Furiona V, there was no the Over There's no Cabalus, And so you go over there, and there's these wonderful zones full of adventure. There's big, targets of opportunity, like dragons. There's interesting dungeons to go in or whatever. But to get there, to get to this island with these zones, to get to this continent with these zones, you actually aren't given. It's not turned into a new quest hub. It's not turned into, oh, now we moved over here and everybody just hangs out here. And then, oh shit, there's this new continent. We go over there and everybody just kind of moves over there. There's this place that we want to go to, and it actually is a big investment for us to get there, right? The first thing is you've got to load up your ship with the supplies that you need to go over there, because there's no merchant over there unless a player merchant goes over there. There's no merchant over there for you to buy more shit. And because of the design of the game, you need things like, at the moment at least, you need fuel for your lantern or torches. You'll need reagents. You need food. You need drink. If you're making your own food, drink, reagents, arrows, whatever it is, you need the materials that go with that. You may need trade skill stations if there's certain things that you want to do over there. And so essentially, you load up your ship, and this could be a ship that you've rented from. You've hired a captain. You load up your stuff. You pile in your pack animals, their food, their drink, and you go over there, you dock, and then you do your adventuring. Now you get your loot back onto the ship, because again, you can't just go to the first merchant you see and go, hey, random person standing in this cave, here's all of my shit. So you sort through what you're going to take back with you. You take it back. Your ship arrives in Night Harbor. You unload it, and you've gone on an expedition. And that could be overland. You take your pack animals or your carts or whatever. Or if it's deeper in the desert, you hop on a sand skiff, run by Dob or some race like that. And they sail you through the sands over through treacherous, I guess, waters. Would that turn into a survival game with tedious resource gathering tasks? Probably, if you don't take the resources that you need with you. If you load up your ship with your resources that you and your guild, or you and the groups that get together to go on this thing need, then it shouldn't be tedious. It should just be going back to where you've got your shit stored. Sandskiff now confirmed. I was thinking about you first when I was picturing that example earlier today. Right? So it's almost more like a remember like in WoW, the war effort? And so it'd kind of be like, if you're going on an expedition, it could be one of those things where, the week beforehand, if there's stuff that you need to take with you that you want to craft, or if you just want to keep loading up, filling the hull of the ship in this example with food and blah, 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 that's just what the guild's doing. Right? And so hopefully it doesn't feel super tedious. Hopefully it feels like you're preparing for an adventure, like Mortis just said. This game wants you to prepare for adventures, so it's no different than playing a regular game, but a bigger scale. Yeah. Right? I don't know. To me, and we'll try it out. If it's just like we're like, oh, this isn't working the way we thought, it's not fun. Then we'll adjust. I think there's a little bit of. I think there's a bit of joy to be found in, taking that seriously. And that may be a thing that not everybody can afford to do. It provides a bit of opportunity for preparation, investment, and, in turn, or in a sense, then elitism, which there's nothing wrong with that. So it's an idea. We can always fall back on the shit that we know. The thing, and with this, it's not like we're making a system specifically for that. These are all things that we want to do anyway. These are things that, like when we talk about Ollie's love of UO and games of that sort, Star Wars Galaxies, etc. There's some stuff that we're cribbing there that we're gonna put in either way. We're gonna put in pack animals, which are essentially just mounts that then have attributes like inventory and storage and stuff. What's this ship? It's essentially our current ships that we just got in. Oh, by the way, before we're done tonight, let's hop on a ship. Ships are back in. So it's basically just ships with aspects of the pack animal system, right? The journey to this island that I described is just content. Pucker for adventure. I like that. Boats. Yeah. So does that make sense? Unfortunately, these boats can't kill you the way the old ones did, but we'll get mimic boats in at some point, and then they can go back to killing Nick. It's the spreadsheet Andy's part of the game. Oaknut said, sounds great if cumbersomeness is balanced for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's meant to actually help the people that make the investment have an experience that's a little more exclusive than other experience or other folks, right? The people that can both afford to and are willing to do the prep work. And make the investment, then get the opportunity to go see and do cool shit. And that cool shit is not terribly unlike, in terms of implementation, the stuff that we've had so far. Just don't make it tied to guild so wealthy merchants can hire people for them. Absolutely. I love that idea. People expect mimic boats, mimic docks on the other hand. We'll go through our entire prop catalog and just make mimic torches. That'd be a fun exercise. Mimic houses. Bilbo said, sounds like those of us with a bent towards accounting and logistics have a niche. I guess if we do it well, that'd be pretty cool. What is your role with this guild? Quartermaster. Logistics. Mimic gazebos. Mimic torches that eat your fuel or flames. A mimic lantern. Yeah. Would be cool if Enchanter could turn a lot of objects into mimics. That's kind of a cool idea, Mortis. 1 second. Enchanter turns a pile of snake meat into a mimic, throws it into an Ashira den, then an Ashira gets distracted, breaks away from the pack to pull itself to the party. A mimic jumps to attack and the party swarms. And that is pretty... You've thought this through, it seems like. I'm gonna make a note about the mimic. 1 sec. Trying to find where it would go. Have you thought about something like high levels of progression just to access deeper group zones instead of just deeper progression quests for raid zones only? Yes. I think that is linked to what I was describing earlier as well. Would actually be kind of interesting to have enchanters having an illusion-based pull that can only pull single mobs from packs at random. So you can pull a single, you just don't know which one you're going to get. Just want to say Alphonse is onto something with Mimic Gazebo. We'll have to... I don't know why it does this. Let me hit pause here. For whatever reason, when you hit loop on the playlist, there are times where it's just it just doesn't want to do that. It's kind of a pain in the ass. And I don't know if it's... maybe it's... We should get these songs on Spotify and I'll just loop it there. Seems easier. You pirated them by downloading them to MP3s from one of the sketchy YouTube to MP3 converter sites. That makes sense. I mean, I guess in theory I've got all of them. I could just run a local playlist. See. Yeah. Finding all the jank in this game will be so much fun, Drodek said. What jank in particular are you looking forward to? What is your favorite jank? Describe your favorite jank that you're hopeful for. Be cool to have sentient weapons with an AI so you wouldn't have to code all the possible responses. That's funny. If that's the place where we apply AI. Our smartass sword. Cool stuff that wasn't intended but happens anyway? Yeah, but like what, Jodak? Steps that short races can't climb without lev. That's good jank. Keep the rats out. Oaknut says. How dare you? An intelligent sword does have an artificial intelligence after all. That's fair. That is absolutely not you taking a pun too far. That is just fair. How do gnomes climb human ladders? Gnomes are very agile. I remember in basic training there was this crazy like ladder thing that we had to climb that was basically it was the average sort of full-grown dude had to reach up from one rung all the way up to the next one and then pull themselves up, and you went up as kind of a group so you could help each other. It got pretty sketchy once you got up there a little bit higher, right? Anybody that's done it, feel free to disagree. But there's something about that little leap of faith. Now imagine you're a gnome. If you're a gnome, you're so damn agile that you bounce right up the damn thing. Little hop. Hop, hop. People forget even halflings make the best burglars, right? Explain that one, Mortis. Any other jank you guys are looking forward to? No? Didn't do that one. I did the one where you basically do a reverse push-up to weave under and over bars to the top. Oh, yeah, I can picture that. I can't remember if we had that one or not. Front area has already been done. Is this all of them now? No. Here. Oops, this one's missing. I fixed that the other day and then lost the change. Finding a way to run through zone lines without triggering them would be fun, jank. Only way to get to the cat room in Befallen in P99. Someone else said something about Befallen earlier and I missed it. But I remember seeing the words. Sorry about that, whoever that was. Excuse me. You have 7,800 cookies. At some point I need to remember to like set all that stuff up again or revise that or whatever. You could imprison yourself behind the zone line at the top of the waterfall in Undershore. I don't even know Undershore is a zone. Where's Undershore? Depths of Dark Hollow. Didn't play it. Interesting idea to have treasure rooms that lock if you're detected a single time for sneak characters, but maybe make it so it only locks for the player so it doesn't affect other groups / players. I'm having trouble picturing what you're describing. All right, what else? What else do we have here? One second. Like, you sure have a treasure room, but the player has to make the way through the zone so it doesn't close. Other groups might be XPing or killing in zones, so it should only lock for people who get aggro after entering the zone. And it locks you in, and you have a puzzle to get out or lose that loot. So it's a public space, but then you can be locked in, but then the other folks aren't locked in. And all you have to do to get the loot is not get caught. I wonder if our actual sneak mechanics and stuff are complex enough, sophisticated enough to make that more than just kind of like a fairly binary challenge. Cool. Got this done. Almost done with these guys. Oops. Let's see. Could be like a secret part of the zone that locks when you enter it for a period of time and unlocks when failed respawned. Yeah, so we've talked about in the past, and this has been quite a while now, the idea of having controlled spaces where it's a public, it's open zone, right? Like this. But there may be a room or something that once you're in it, it's locked. And it's exclusive to you until some condition is met. But I think other than like me and Ali referencing it recently, I don't know if we've talked much about it. Controlled spaces. Could even have multiple people competing for the treasure where they race different paths. This is quite the mini game you're coming up with. Next thing you know, we've implemented like dark and darker in a dungeon. And there's monsters in there, and you can kill them, or you can kill the other players. Hey, Ishwatara, wie geht's? Hast du auch scheiß Wetter? The three-legged races with a gnome. Three-legged gnomish sack races, full PvP, full item loot. Kind of sounds like the arena scene from the D&D movie. I haven't seen the D&D movie. Dark monsters and darker memories crossover win, John said. We just put one dungeon in that's essentially dark and darker, and it's full loot PvP. It's a fun movie. It's on streaming now, right? Indefinite said new D&D movie is great. Nice. The Jeremy Irons film from 2000 is all you need to see. Well, there you go. I read that name as the wrong Jeremy for a second. I was like, oh, I didn't know that existed. Jawohl, erster Urlaub in diesem Jahr und bisher nur Regen. Bei dir alles fit in Bremen? Nur Regen. Nur Regen. It's been raining for like 10 days, and I think the next 10-day forecast is just rain. Where's your pineapple emoji? Oh yeah, you're right. I haven't made one yet. Shit. They exist though, right? Somebody's got a pineapple emoji. Here. Oh, no matching emojis. Alright, we'll have to get one made. Iron, not Ron. Yeah, exactly. There's a pineapple. It's in food and drink. Why did... Oh, wait. Why did this just lie to me? Yeah, there's a pineapple. I just did a quick search. I don't know. I don't know how to use this thing. Then those are all torch shoes. Okay, great. I'll hit save again. Let's go to the goblin campfires and make them smaller. How many do we have? We got a shitload. 0.75, 0.75, 0.75. All right, they're a little bit smaller. Whenever I hear about D&D films, I always think of Deathstalker for some reason. I don't get the reference. I was trying to describe Mystery Science Theater to Jasmine a while back, like when we were on a road trip. It's an old 1980s D&D style film. Oh, wait, let me... Deathstalker movie. If it's like an old cheesy fantasy movie... Oh, I remember this one. Oh, man, okay. Because as soon as I see this poster, I'm like, oh, I remember that. Dude, we used to have this video shop, rental shop, called Inga's Videos in Bad Kreuznach when I lived there as a kid. My parents would let me go in and basically just grab a stack of rentals, and that's they would go out to like the bar or whatever for the night and leave me there with a stack of wildly inappropriate movies. I think it was probably like 9-10 years old. Maybe even younger, because if I was born in 75, so 83, 84. One night, along the way to the tournament, the pair meet Kiara, a defiant female warrior who wears only a G-string and a cloak. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of movie my parents would have left me with. Corman went on to make 9 more films in Argentina. The Warrior and the Sorceress, Wizards of the Lost Kingdom, that one I don't recognize. Barbarian Queen looks familiar. Cocaine Wars, not a fantasy movie. Amazon's also familiar. Deathstalker 2, how could you not? Stormquest, there's not even an image here. And then 2 other ones we don't care about. Ugh. Yeah, I got the feeling there are a lot of sad stories from that era. Did I already dupe these? Let's see. I don't think I did. Nope. Control D. Tannhauser said, hey, what's on the agenda today? Just playing with objects, placement, oh, I should try the new grass props. Putting in some props, and that's mostly it. We've been kind of BSing while I put in props. This is not the music for Rivervale. believe this is our banker music in game. Hey, Dark Inside. Isn't it trainer? Nope, it says banker. Just got back from a birthday lunch at Swiss Chalet. I'm not familiar with the place. Was it good? Banker and trainer are the same? They might be. I might be wrong on that. I thought they were separate for some reason. Here, let's click on trainer. That's trainer. What did you eat, Dark Inside? I bet we swap banker and trainer music. I could listen to this for hours while I trade skill at the bank. I mean, you can petition Robert, but I got the feeling he had specific thoughts in mind when he made that call. You ate a barbecue chicken wrap with a side of Caesar salad and a Pepsi. Right on. It's weird how I can simultaneously have just eaten dinner, be sitting here kind of content and a little gassy. Okay, a lot gassy. But then you say that and I'm kind of hungry again. Did I place any fruit baskets anywhere? No, not yet. Not yet. Nope, no baskets of any sort. No fish baskets, no fruit baskets. I have not entered basket placing mode. Are tapestries in? Nope. I don't know that tapestries are available to me to put in yet, but we did just get grass, so let's go check that out in a second. Let me finish with these guys right here. Are goblins inherently slobs? Is that what you're assuming based on what's going on with these objects right now? Well, I mean, what do you mean? What are you trying to say? I asked Goblin if this was okay. Goblins have a different sense of feng shui. Yeah, so I literally did. I asked Goblin. I was like, all right, so we're designing goblins with goblin sensibilities. Like goblins highly involved in all things goblin related. And as a matter of fact, Goblin just made his first goblin named Goblin in our game, and he's pretty excited about it, which is pretty awesome. And I was like, hey, I'm kind of making these guys into some really like messy ass fools. Is that cool? And he seemed okay with it. He seems to think that this works for goblin aesthetic. Hey Brex, what's up, buddy? Not much is digging into stream, eating nachos. Man, you guys eating food. You're killing me now. I am going to need a post-stream snack. After our goblin ran into the goblin on Erkenstaff's Twitch, he's jumping on getting all the goblin naming rights. How is that? That's not even possible. I love the slot canyon. Is that what this is called? A slot canyon? My moment is all about these nachos. Beef and 3 cheese, a little bit of taco sauce. Not bad. No veg on it or guac or sour cream or anything. Just straight up food. Man. Making me hungry. You just had General Tso's chicken. Enchiladas. Damn it, churro, dude. You're killing me. Why are you guys mean to me? Might buy me nachos? What? Just had In-N-Out. While hungry, what food would you want? I mean, I was happy with dinner tonight, but now I already ate broccoli tonight. None of that non-food in this man's nachos. I love it. Yeah. All right, let's find these grasses. So for whatever reason, I read loading UI, hover name, and hot button. My brain chunked that as love button, and I was like, "There's a love button in our game." Well, that's what I get for not. Did Pattis take inspiration from the temple entrance from Temple Petra and Jordan? For a couple of things, we use Petra. There's a lot of that stuff out there. There's some great stuff in like Yemen. We're always got just a ton of different fun reference floating around. All right, so prefabs. We got doors. Don't need doors at the moment. Harvest node yet. Foliage. Grasses. That's grasses 1. What about Tatooine? Tatooine as well. All right. Let's see, where did the grass? Okay, cool. Props. I'll just make yeah, I'll make a new one for grasses. Screw it. Empty crate, empty parent. If you think about those words together, it could actually be sad. Foliage. What about 2? What about 3? Let's look at these. Cool. So I'm curious if, let's go ahead and we can disable these now. Disable? We don't need to see them anymore. What happens with 1.5? Does that blow them out too much? I guess we can go in and look. The ones in Shaded Dunes seemed, I don't know, maybe that's my fault. Maybe I just made them too big or something originally. They seem bigger, but I guess we can take a look in a second. I'm just putting these here as placeholder for now. Oops. Put them here, grab these again, and create another empty parent, and we'll just say front area. They're about half the height of a human when you drag them out. Oh, cool. All right, Pattis. Series 2, we were thinking Monsters and Mulligans, a golf game with the races. Oh, who here is interested in making a fan game? If you make a fan game and it's hugely successful, then we'll let you donate all that money to us via our lawyers. Okay, so I'm gonna hit save now. Dungeons and Duffers is what you're gonna call yours? Well, that name doesn't really help us sue you. I'm not sure that that's good. Please pick something that's trademark infringing. Someone will sue you? Yeah, well, if that someone's not us, then that doesn't really do us any good. Knarf, what's up? I would hate for anybody to get sued if it's not by us. Monsters and Monies. As long as you basically blatantly rip off our logo, then I think that's acceptable. Just got off work, and what are we doing today? About to hop in and look at the scale of some objects, since they're new props. And then we may pop out and go look at the boat. The boat's working again. Yeah, and then I've just been placing objects. Placing lots of objects. How many barrels will we be able to fit on the boat? That's a great question. I think that's still to be determined. Can you fight the boat? Nope, not the new one. My character does look like Darth Vader right now in this silhouette. Time set 7 a.m. Is that a He-Man haircut given the Vader helm vibes? Nope, it's a hood. It is a hood. Are we planning Underwater content like Half Submerged Dungeon, etc. at launch? Yeah, sure. Alright, so the grass is... I think it is a bit shorter than the ones out there. So it's more of a... I think it could work as an obstruction at certain angles and stuff like that. So we'll get some in here. We'll play around with it and see how they work, and we can play around with the scale and see if it holds up. While I'm in here, let me go check out the ship before I forget. Zone Night Harbor. I may have to look up. The instructions on when the ship arrives. I think it's under what's new. Let's see. keep in mind the best full experience would be to stand at the dock at 5 a.m. and slash repop, as opposed to risking missing steps, etc. Basically, Night Harbor sequence does not start until first 6 a.m. is hit. So okay. It will be rough. Let me know what goes wrong if anyone tests this. If anyone is jumping the gun. Here is the build action that will include the above. Okay. Let's go check it out. Tro, dude, glad you like them. Glad you like them. Kedge 2, watery, global... I can't even pronounce it. I can say boogaloo, but Kedge 2, watery, globaloo. What time is it? It is time 11 p.m. We have quite a while until the boat gets here then. That's fine. We can chat. Grab a fishing rod until the boat comes. Don't know how constructive that'll be. Where's the boat gonna be? Is the boat here? A Night Harbor been confirmed as human starting city? Well, for the time being, it is the starting city. Will each race have its own starting city at launch? Probably not. That may be a more ambitious launch than we're shooting for. Is passage on the boats free, or will there be a fee? It's free for the basic sort of common take you to certain places. Boats. I don't think we need a toll. It's an interesting question though, Aramis. Starting city is going to be a lot smaller than Night Harbor, correct? First of all, I think we've got to get out of... I do it as well. We've got to get out of the habit of calling them starting cities. Let's call them, like, racial cities. So, and I think racial city size will likely vary depending on what's around them, which race it is. There may be some that have kind of B and C and other zones linked to them that expand on the theme that aren't accessible immediately. So, but overall, I think cities will typically be smaller than like Night Harbor. We may find that Night Harbor works well with the intent that we have for it, and we don't necessarily want to do other racial cities in a similar scale, but then we may find that something like East Him works well at a bigger scale. But I think that's fair enough. That's a fair enough amount of time down the road that we can worry about it. Worry about it later. 12 a.m. How many starting cities are realistic for launch? No clue. Dwarf City has to be built. Has to be an entire map underground. So huge. Entire map in a mountain. While we're waiting on this, I may actually take this opportunity to go pee. Since we'll be here for a little bit. I hope that's not a mud command, go pee. It would just be /p, I guess. It's not like we have /go taste. Fishing fan game may also be fun. Monsters and mackerels. Nice. Monsters and meat. Now you're just trying to kiss up to Brown Butcher. You've got a Mountain Dew bottle? I think it's probably more polite for me to get up and actually go use the restroom. Age of Conan had a P command. It was removed because of disrespectful actions of PvPers. The idea of including a P command and then taking it out because people were disrespectful with it kind of seems goofy. Mackerels and memories. Right on. For the fishing game? It's probably a safer fishing game. If you're fishing and monsters are involved, that might be... Oof. The Sea Jack, hello. Alright, a Sea Jack's here. I'm gonna leave. I'll be right back. Did that just happen? That didn't just happen. There's a hotspot on the green screen. Was that way the whole time and you guys didn't say anything? Man, you guys aren't even watching. Alright. They took /spit from WoW. Yeah, but Goblin, that doesn't surprise me. That one makes sense because WoW's become, you know... Blizzard is now a much more sensitive company. They're much more sensitive as they're fleecing you. Be right back. That's funny, Bilbo. Let's see. What time is it now? Two a.m. Only 3 more hours to go. Dargith. Earlier I was placing placing props in Ekir, and now we're waiting on the new boat to appear. We've got until 5 a.m. Boat boss is back, yeah, but it is safer. It is a safer boat than previously. $3 a.m. We're getting there. Waiting on the boat. With the soundtrack, missing a boat is going to be a-okay with me. That's, you know what? I like that positivity. Monsters and marmalades. Jam making simulator. I was wondering if it's going to be a scone game. Is there going to be Uber for boat in game? No. No. Once there's player, I guess once there's like player controlled boats, I guess that. If you want to let me in, I'll happily wait a couple hours for the boat with me. Oh man. Appreciate it. Dial-a-boat, the new guild. Oh, that'd be badass. Do you think Dial-a-port would just add that into their like portfolio of options? That it's a serious question. Someone should bring it up with the Dial-a-port leadership and see if we've got player controlled boats at some point. If we've got caravans or wagons, do they build that in, or is it only going to be ports? Is there going to be a class that can summon boats? Maybe Bassmaster? The guild leader, the guild leader's name's Bill Dance. I don't know. Does anybody get that reference? Will anybody in here at all get that reference? Dial-a-port still works for port-to-port travel. Subnatural? Holy shit, you nailed it. Bless you. JK got it. Cool. Thank you. I used to watch Little Bill Dance when I was a kid. Like Saturdays or Sundays afternoon. Came on after the cartoons. Summon boat as an offensive spell? Well, if the enchanters get the ability to control mimics, then that would work. Enchanters cast minor illusion and make everyone jump off the dock. Boat's here. JK. 4 a.m. Alright, let's see what happens. Hopefully we're not disappointed. Really like the UFO in Iriden. I thought the UFO was in Kanos. Mimic pet for enchanters, but sometimes has uncontrollable results. You don't know what you summon a mimic, but you don't know exactly what the mimic is. It's like everybody freeze. I just summoned a mimic. What kind of mimic? I don't know. Why would you do it in this room? There's shit everywhere. I don't know. Well, do you have control over it? No. Is Night Harbor going to be good, neutral, or evil? Yes. Okay, Ali said at 5 a.m. in his instructions, at 5 a.m. you can hit repop and the boat will appear. If I read the instructions properly. It's time critical. And I don't read instructions ever. So stand at the dock 5 a.m. / repop. I'm not standing. Okay, now I'm standing. / repop. Sorry, Nick, if you're doing something just then. Oh, okay. It's repopped. Okay. / repop. As opposed to risking missing steps, etc. Basically, the Night Harbor sequence does not start until the first 6 a.m. is hit. And the Shaded Dune sequence does not start until the first 1 p.m. is hit. All right. Mimic is in the room somewhere. / pet sit. Torch turns off. Pet stand. Torch turns on. Found it. Nice. It didn't hit an iceberg yet. It may still be coming as the sun rises. Something just happened. He just disappeared. Oh, because it's daytime. Okay. Maybe it's a U-boat. Epic view, by the way. Thank you, Subnatural. I remember there was a small, barely legible UFO in the sky prior to Luckland launch, but it could have just been late-night EQ hallucination. I think it might have been a hallucination. Oh, the chain's lowering. The boat is coming. The chain's lowering. If you're just lurking with the sound on, you can tab over now. The chain's lowering. A boat is coming. Boss, the boat, the boat. Oh shit, there's Nick. We're gonna relive our boat adventures from many, many months ago. Except now he's not gonna be killed by the boat, at least. I think random spell effects should be a thing for lower level spell abilities and lower the chance as you get better at casting. Oh shit, there's a ghoul on the boat. Oh no. Oh no. What was this? What just happened? Did I die? Did I just get killed by the boat? No. That would have shown me dead. What the? What just happened? The boat has holes in it. What the? What? Ollie. Boat trap confirmed. Where am I even? I don't know what's... What in the world? Even my scene view is... Oh shit. I gotta run. Is the boat still here? Fly. Fly and touch the sun. Do you think there's an issue with the poop deck? Oh no. Ollie, we gotta fix our poop deck. No, 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 you're not leaving me. I just waited. I just waited for you. Oh, you son of a... Why is Nick on the boat and I'm not on the boat? Nick's not even streaming. Son of a bitchin' boat. Where can I send my feedback about this boat? I'm too fat. Nick has better boat skills. What is even... Oh, Jesus. I'm going into different dimensions. It's an interdimensional boat. Is this one of those random spell effects? Yes, you've already gotten your wish. Looks like Eminem is ready to ship. Pun intended. How dare you? It hates me. It just hates me. Nick, on the other hand, here. What? I've snuck on the boat. Shh, don't say anything. Don't tell the boat that I'm on it. I'm fucking... I'm hiding under the stairs. Shh. No one say anything. I'm under the stairs and... Didn't you look at the name of the boat? NHS Shadow Step. Okay. Flies off. Okay. Okay. We're on the boat. See, that was easy. Nick's being eaten by the boat. The boat stopped moving. Oh shit, now Nick's gone. I'm afraid to do anything. This reminds me of the movie The Manhattan Project. Nick's got to figure out the stair trick. I need to figure out why I'm suddenly drowning as well. Oh shit. Was it the Philadelphia Project? I thought it was a Manhattan Project. Philadelphia Project. You're right, I think. With that dude that used to be in everything. Philadelphia Project. You're right, it is the Philadelphia Project. No, Philadelphia Experiment. That's what it is. Unless you're watching it in Spanish, then it's El Experimento Philadelphia. This is what's going on right now. Yeah, that dude was in a lot of stuff back then. Oh no, this is us. This is us right now, Nick. You let gnomes design the boat, this is what you get? Ollie's not a gnome. You missed the exciting boat action. I got the feeling it's not over with. You didn't know that Ollie worked on EQ boats? Yes, he used our boat to teleport himself back in time. And then worked on EQ boats. That may or may not be a true story. Alright. Alright, so there is a boat. So we've made progress on that front. Why does my breath meter keep popping up? Oh, don't worry about it, Aramisk. The boat's fine. You're safe. Where does the boat go? Well, it's supposed to take us over to Shaded Dunes. And now another meeting. Can you ship your britches on these boats? Yes. If you use the /ship command. I'll put this over here for now. Did the zone break? That's a good question. No, I see. Yeah, maybe it did. What happens when the boat moves? When the boat moves, are you still clamped to the water layer? You shouldn't be, but there's no telling what actually happens at the moment. Let me go see what's going on with these NPCs. It It looks like things are working. Yeah, I mean, this guy's chilling out. There's some guys patrolling over there. So close. I'm letting Ollie know that we had problems. It's a work in progress, guys. They never did fix EQ boats. We are determined to eventually figure out the boats. So in-game is going to be boating. Well, boating will end your game. Currently. Monsters and motorboating. Another good game idea. You guys need to start churning those games out. Oh, I see what you guys are talking about. You're being a little risque. Bunch of dirty birds. Bunch of dirty birds. We're not running that kind of stream here. Pineapple. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Schmo Knight. Pineapple. My girlfriend has thalassophobia, and we DC'd on the OOT boat one time. That was a really funny experience, for you at least. Is Pineapple our safe word? Yeah, it's our safe word here. We had to install one the other day. Folks got a little too... Yeah, I get... not gonna lie to you, I get kind of uncomfortable with some of the water stuff. Even just experimenting in here, which is weird. Like there's a little area where you drop in, you got to swim through a tunnel in here, and it's not the most comfortable thing for me. I also realized while looking at like there'll be certain videos or images where people are in extremely confined spaces. So catch keep isn't your favorite zone. I would say probably not. Plane of Water, Kedge. Not favorites really. And there are videos where people are like squeezing into tight spaces where I start to feel a little claustrophobic, which I'm trying to kind of be conscious of whether or not I'm claustrophobic based off of, you know, just doing jujitsu and stuff, having people smother you, smash you. And it doesn't seem too bad in that situation, but like when I watch people like squeeze themselves into like the openings of caves. You should watch As Above, So Below. Yeah, I mean, I think I find it's interesting, but hey, Shaka, what's up, buddy? Thank you for 17 months. But I do feel a little discomfort, which makes me wonder if I'm claustrophobic. But I've had 2 MRIs in the last, like, I don't know, 3 weeks. And that doesn't bother me at all. So I don't know what it is. So, As Above, So Below is about people looking for the Philosopher's Stone in the Perusian catacombs. I honestly, that sounds really interesting to me, though. Because I love a lot of the urban explorer stuff that I see. It's just there's something that makes me slightly uncomfortable in some of those scenarios. I haven't been able to put my finger on it. When it comes to phobias, usually if you have to wonder if you have it or not, you likely don't have it. Yeah, I don't think I have like a actual phobia of it. It's just weird that it kind of makes me feel a little awkward and makes me think about like how much would I not want to be in that situation if I could avoid it. The only kind of phobia I have is I don't like touching drains. I don't like getting near drains. If my toe touches the drain in the tub, I'll have to basically just wash my whole foot and not think about it. Like thinking about drains makes my skin crawl. Not a fan of drains. That's kind of weird. But the drains are kind of weird. They're disgusting. Shaka said, I think I might have trypophobia. Is that the dots one? Yeah, it's just... Disgust is a very specific neurological function. I guess it's the question is like what triggers the disgust. What about mud? No, mud's fine. Love mud. Mud's great. But like little drain holes, not a fan. Big drain holes, don't care. Yeah, so what if it was a cluster of drains? What size? What about hot tub? The white ports on a hot tub, like the little, like in a pool or a hot tub, they don't bother me. They don't bother me. It's got to be like a metal drain, a funky metal drain. Did you? Here, I'll reveal even more about. Yeah. What about if bugs come out of the drain? Not as weird if I'm not like there, but I do feel like, and I think I established this when I was a little kid. I feel like if my toe stays on the drain too long, maybe worms will burrow their way into my toe. This stream just turned into a therapy session. A lot of these streams turn into therapy sessions. There's something above. Very much found footage urban explorer style movie with just enough magic and fear to make it spooky. I might be willing to check that out then. That one, what was it Descent? That was a decent movie. That didn't bother me. MRI, hope you're doing okay. Yeah, I've got it looks like I'm probably gonna have to get surgery on my right shoulder. Got something going on at the end of my clavicle. The bone's kind of jacked up and it stays sore. It's been this way for years. Like it's been this way for as long as I can remember, 15 years. Just sometimes it gets worse, and so now that's jacked, and now I've got a herniated disc in my between my C7 C6, which makes my arm go numb. If I look up, then it just makes all my shit go numb. So especially if I bend down and look up at the same time, like if I'm tying my shoes or something, then my entire like left shoulder and left arm, the nerves being affected. So I get to learn more about what it's going to take to fix that on Monday. Let's see what else. But MRIs don't bother me. The C-Jack said if something is unclean, then if it touches something else, either literally or metaphorically, the other thing becomes unclean to the brain as well. It's way more pronounced than actual rational children. Yeah, I think that's it. Zukin said, I have a sort of phobia with making phone calls. Maybe it's just social anxiety, but I don't like phone calls. I tend to prefer text over phone calls. I don't mind making them, honestly, because I'm in control. I don't like getting them. I don't like getting phone calls, and I don't like getting mail. I'm fine with getting packages because I ordered something and I want that something. But I don't like getting mail unsolicited because it's not going to be good news, right? It's always a, it's the modern day equivalent of the Raven. It's some bad omen. I don't want to. It's kind of like a random text message from an ex. You're kind of like, oh God, what is this going to be? Only the IRS sends letters in 2023. Got one today, actually. Good reminder. Bilbo said, I thought Descent was a decent movie, but that's because I usually misspell Descent. Senior Angus. Sean, I have a phobia of drains. Chat. Here, think about drains in the following scenarios. The idea of posties as bad omens and package delivery people as good omens as a basis for some kind of cultural superstition. Are you saying that that's a sort of a known thing, or you're like, you're saying that it makes sense that would be the case? Imagining some world building on top of that? Yeah, right? Like, there's probably something there. I really liked Clive Barker's use of the lost mail, lost sort of package office in Omaha or whatever, the post office, as the nexus of basically the guy that worked there, whose boss had him open all of the packages and take out anything of value, like put money in a stack here, wound up learning about a global magic cult of actual magic users, and he taught himself magic through it and became like this the antagonist of the story or the series. I thought that was kind of a cool thing. Don't like heights, but I do like roller coasters. I'm not necessarily fond of heights. Extreme heights give me like an insane, like, what is it, Call of the Void? Like, it's hard for me to be in an extreme height and not think about, you know what? It's tempting to jump off this thing. Not in a, like a depressed way or anything. It's just a weird, like, it's a thing. Call of the Void, I guess, or whatever. Look it up. I'm not a super fan of heights, but I mean, I've jumped out of... I've static jumped when I was in airborne school. When I was in the Army. Wasn't necessarily... wasn't necessarily thrilled during it, but it was doable. What gives me fits is the dudes who climb to the top of towers to take selfies. I can't even look at pictures of it. It definitely makes my hands, like, sweaty. But it makes sense. I mean, it's the same thing as, like, old school steelworkers. I had to climb, the other day I had to climb on top of a building on a ladder. My first time on that ladder and on that building, and carry up some tools on the way up. Shovel and bucket and stuff. And when I first looked at it, I was like, I'm not super excited about having to climb up this. And then I was like, alright, go ahead, turn that off and get up it. And it was fine once I got up there. Many healthcare systems still fully rely on fax because they haven't figured out how to figured out a more ubiquitous secure transmission layer. German still fax stuff. Hypernova said text from an ex, hi, I'm pregnant. If an ex sent me a text saying hi, I'm pregnant, I'd be like, congrats. It's been so long since I've had an ex. That would be a hell of a delay. Australian healthcare still uses fax. That doesn't shock me. I don't want to. Y'all don't get mad at me. Australia doesn't necessarily strike me as the most advanced country. Could be space age there. I wouldn't know. I just... Zukin said, I know what you mean. Everything there is upside down. What's up with that, silly gooses? Tenhauser said, late to the claustrophobic party, I drove wet mini submersibles like a coffin filled with water. Could be terrifying at times. Why did you do that? Were you working on in where were you when the Nord Stream exploded? Uncle Sam. It sounds like an Uncle Sam kind of thing that you'd have to do. I call that evolutionary advantage. If it makes you nervous, that's a good thing. Not good place to spend a lot of time in. Yeah. Sometimes when your brain is saying this is bullshit, your brain is correct. CJX said, Australia is at a weird technological intersection of having certain problems that need solving with good tech, but also not having some things because of the limitations from those problems. Healthcare information and also other personal info isn't legally allowed to leave Australia without the person's consent, so fax prevents it from bouncing off a server overseas. That sounds like, I mean, that essentially sounds like the German situation. That may be why certain things like Zing evolved in Germany as well. Like Germany's got its own kind of version of LinkedIn. And it's like, why does this exist? And maybe it exists because initially, well, that and Germans don't necessarily want to speak English. German information control is so tight, it sounds very frustrating, but also kind of admirable. If they stick with it, right? Like if they were to stick with it, then I actually respect it. Kind of like their desire to, when I first got to Germany, I was shocked because everybody was like, you, in Germany, you need to have cash because most shops don't, like most shops will take cash and not all shops will take plastic. And I was like, oh, okay, that's not convenient, but that's also called, or that's also, sorry, I was just reading Shaka's thing. That's also kind of cool, right? And the justification I heard for that decision is because they want their privacy. So it's just interesting in the last like 3 years, for them to kind of go the direction they have, like as of 2020. Germany has really strict information laws because they don't want anyone building national lists of people with certain traits. That is what I was told as well. Oddly enough, that went out the window really quick in 2020. So, who knows? Shaka said, missed an opportunity with Zinc. I would have called it Kraut Connector. I don't know that Germans refer to themselves as Krauts quite as much as the rest of the world does. And by rest of the world, I just mean America. Yes, it is a derogatory term. It is a derogatory term, but sometimes there are various layers of derogatory. Sometimes it's okay. We can ask my wife if it's okay if we use the term kraut. She might say okay. Jasmine. She's got her headphones on and she's watching. Is that some sort of a weird? It looks like Tony Robbins only. I don't know. It's Tony Robbins live streaming on YouTube. Bush's TV. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Somebody else. Todd. There you go. Todd makes games. Good to see you. They saw you play some bushes and had to follow. That's fair. Like, what's up with these bushes? Tell me about them. Are the bushes taller than gnomes? I don't think so. Gesundheit. Is that Tony Robbins? What in the, why is he so animated? What in the hell is going on? I thought it was like a parody video of Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins looks like a parody of himself. We had a question. Yeah. Do you care if people use the term kraut in reference to Germans? She said, I don't give a shit. There you go. Bushes TV says, I only follow streams that play bushes, that place bushes around the world. All right, we're good for at least probably the rest of the stream. I'm going to be bushing it up. No bullshit. At least she's not a sauerkraut about it. Oh, death gnomes. Oh man. See what you came back to, Sparrow? See what you came back to, this nonsense. Hashtag bushes. Justin Beer, what's up, buddy? How you doing? How's Justin doing today? See what the Wi-Fi is, McDonald's Wi-Fi can handle. Fair enough. You'll have to make them targetable. A bush. They just all have nameplates. If a bush gets stepped on, do the other bushes feel it? That is a good question, Sledge. I am not the authority on bushes. Bushes TV? What do you know about this? All bushes feel it. All bushes matter. Bro. Revenge of the bushes. How many bushes can we expect in this game? At this rate, many bushes. Agree though, nameplates called a bush on at least one bush somewhere. We'll spawn in a bush as an NPC. We'll do that, then Nick will find it and fix it, and then we'll keep moving it in different places until we slowly drive Nick insane. On stream like 4 bushes, off stream like 5 million bushes. Does casting root on a bush heal it? Oh, fair point. Indefinite. So I'm confused. Are you doing Tuesday, Thursday again? Justin, buddy, I'm sorry I've been inconsistent. Yeah, I'll be on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'll always be on Tuesdays and Thursdays except for when I am not. And that'll be just because something popped up or whatever. But typically Tuesdays and Thursdays. Quicksana? Thank you for being here. I will enjoy the bushes. That pretty much covers it. What? That I'm on Tuesdays and Thursdays, except for when I'm not. That does cover a broad range. Bushes TV subscribed. What? All right, we're going to be doing a lot of bushes then. Screw those torches and campfires. Bushes. Well, I'm bushed here. Time for a rest. Death to gnomes. You take care. What's the Twitch schedule say, Justin? I'm placing these bushes, and then folks on the team are just like, dude, can we just get a tool where we just paint in bushes instead of you placing them by hand one by one in different places? Yeah, probably eventually, but for now, we're just gonna keep placing them so that you know every bush that's in the game is been placed with care and thought. Not just spray painted on. Not just airbrushed on like a spring break t-shirt in Panama City Beach. Be right back, getting some Coca-Cola from Ronald McDonald. Oh, the stream schedule looked like nothing? Yeah, that's not very helpful. The F, me. I should fix that. Maybe you're just terrible at reading? I don't know about that. It's probably my fault. I had an airbrush t-shirt when I was a kid. I thought it was totally tubular. That's rad, dude. I still use the term rad. You realize that, right? I get mocked for it every once in a while. But whatever. And gnarly. I also use the term gnarly. You can use Polybrush to drop a single mesh where you click and have it randomize rotation and scale within set parameters. If you don't like it, you can manually manipulate. Blah, blah, blah. I can't talk afterwards. Alright, Polybrush. Let's see what you got, dog. Polybrush. Polybrush window. I'm opening you for the first time. Pattis, what do I do? What do I do? Add brush. No, that wasn't it. Click the fourth tab from the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like a plane with grass on it. Ah, I was like... Alright. No worries. Current palette. Drag prefabs here. Speaking of which, I should probably drag prefabs over to my nice prop palette as well. That's pretty tight. Sorry, I got distracted. I was just looking at stuff. I was like, oh, what's this? Item models. grasses. What's this music? If you don't mind me asking? No. Well, I love that you ask. It is our music from our game. It is a playlist that you can find right here, and this song is our skill trainer music. Alright, so grass, I can drag here. Grass 3, I can drag here. Or, I mean 2 and then 3. So if I add these, size preview, or preview size, sorry. Preview size, I see what it's saying. It's English for me, is hard. Outer radius, inner radius, strength. Yeah, there's a lot of different kind of sounding music. Crimish. Oh geez. I think I just broke the entire game. Pattis, was this supposed to happen? I just created a... Was it Terrasec? Game over, you win. When was the last time I hit save? Let's close that window. Control Z doesn't seem to care. Is this a new phobia? Somebody call Matthew McConaughey. I just warped space-time. Ekir. Would you like to save? No, I'll go ahead and lose these changes. It's fixable. Open Pro Builder. Cancel. Challenge accepted. Pro Builder. I just pollocked the whole thing. What happened to Eminem? Well, Sean pollocked it. Seen this happen to Pattis? Is it a mess issue? It is a mess issue. Did the game just get boated? Yes. Pro Builder. Pro Builder window. Select one of the faces on the broken mesh. Alright. Face select. Here we go. Pretty sure that's the broken mesh. Jintaki, don't laugh. I had to do that once this weekend. Hit backspace to delete the selected face. Close Pro Builder. Which face did I delete? This one? Go to the deleted face and bridge the edges to fill the hole. Edge select. Edge select. Yes. This seems really scary. Oh, popsicle. This is game development. But the bushes are still there. Yes, they are. Justin's like, I'm scared. We've got the spooky music in the background as well. Alt B to bridge. Did I not select the right edges? Edge select. Edge select. Edge select. Alt B. Where's that anxiety moose? Oh wait, the moose is here. Got you covered. It's got the wrong material. If you click on the top edge first, you will have the correct material. Alright, that's Control Z. Top edge. Bottom edge. Alt B. Okay. This is why Pattis has paid the big bucks. He saved the day. I mean, you know, the UVs are off, but we're gonna fix those anyways. Let's check our bush. It's still there. Crisis averted. Alright. I'm afraid to, we're just gonna go back and... Now it looks like a secret wall. But there's no... we need a texture that's got like a dot. Just like one little dot in the middle that you're like, oh, I recognize that dot. Skip polybrush until Geo turns into FPX. Okay, cool. That gives me that justifies my my wasting of time here. It's funny that it seems to mess with Pro Builder Geo because Pro Builder Geo is look how close these tools are together. Pro Builder, polybrush. They're literally stacked on top of each other. But if you use them in combination, it basically... It's like the Hellraiser cube. Oh, man. Sledge said, I figured out you're the Bob Ross of ever crossed the world with your happy little bushes. Yep. Back when I was on the EQ team, they used to say I'm a lot like Bob Ross very often because I was always very calm, very positive, very polite. Can't wait till I'm running around the zone thinking back to what it looked like when it completely shattered. Yeah, you'll have something you can tell the folks about. You'll be like, you know what? Back when this was first being worked on, I watched Sean completely destroy this zone. Yeah, the cube goes into the ship from Event Horizon. Oh man, that movie. That movie is a bit rough. You're right, Justin. That movie was not moose appropriate. Pretty sure your item in the game was Ring of Rage. I did have a Ring of Rage named after me, and I had a... No, I think it was like Chainmail of Rage. And I had a Ring of Analogies. Because I don't shut the F up, and I have been known for long-winded, ranty, angry outbursts. Back in the day, I've matured, thank you. I am no longer reactive. I'm no longer outbursty or angry. What is a Shira Shammy Shack? Well, I can't ruin all the lore for you. So you just have to get in game and find the Ashira Shammy Shack for yourself. I really like to take that Event Horizon was the prequel to the Warhammer 40k universe. Is there a video on that? I'll have to look that up. Kind of makes sense. Let's just say the Ashira Shammy Shack brings all the adventurers to the yard. Something along those lines. It's like Pajama Jammy Jam. Was that House Party? House Party 2? Which House Party did they have a how did I become reactive? Asking for a friend, unreactive. I'm joking. I still react more than I should. Like, you know, I think it's just in my nature. So I'm like, what the F? What is this? What does this mean? But in all seriousness, and every once in a while, I mean, it's such a like practiced kind of thing. Every once in a while, it's good to just sort of reflect on certain things and realize that they're not as big a deal. There's one book that helped. One book that helped that I enjoyed, and every once in a while I'll read it. And you know what? I haven't read it recently, and I've got it on my Kindle. But it was a book for a while that I'd read it probably twice a year. Let's see if I can find it for you. Buddhism, plain and simple. Stephen Hagen, I think. So this book, Buddhism Plain and Simple, the practice of being aware right now every day, was a pretty good book because it's so not fluffy. It's so not like it's just kind of a decent read, no bullshit. Oh, it says here, okay. This is the clearest and most precise exposition of Buddhism I've ever read. If you're looking for enlightenment rather than just scholarly knowledge, you'd better read this. And it's just very interesting the way he kind of goes about it. Whoops, that wasn't intended. So I like that one. I think for me, it got the worst for me in 2011. Basically, I'd spent a couple years worrying about whether or not I was going to lose my job, because if I lost my job, then would I lose my dope ass house that I had in Austin that we were so excited about? And then if I lost my dope ass house, would my relationship be impacted? Because I was in like at the time, 13, 14 year relationship. And it was like, and so all of that built a lot of stress on me. All right. And my job was rough. It was a very rough project. And the people I worked for were unpredictable and just it was just rough, right? Like lots of yelling at work and just it really was one of those projects where it's like, oh man, it'd be a really shit time to lose my job. And I've never performed poorly at work. I've always kind of done really well. And to like be in a situation where you're always questioning yourself, like, or a better way to say it is where I was always kind of questioning myself and like worried, am I going to make a mistake? And you know, my boss's boss, my boss at the time was not a leader, not good to work for. Hired more because he was a creative type. My boss's boss and my boss were always going at it. My boss's boss was somebody that was just like, you know, kind of let's just, as soon as you got in the radar, it was one of those, you know, is he going to fire you? Because he just kind of like, whatever, indifferent, fire people on the spot. And, yeah, and so, yeah, that was the thing. My anxiety was like through the roof. For the first time in my life, I actually felt like I had like legit crazy anxiety because of work, which is weird because I went from really feeling like I was doing well at work all the time and excelling and never really fucking anything up. But then, you know, I got into a period where I was just always sweating it. And so all of that came to a head, right? Like eventually all that anxiety, every one of the sort of worst case things happened all at once, right? And by all at once, I mean over the course of like, probably like 5 months or so, 5-6 months. Justin Beard said Stoicism is kind of like Buddhism to an extent. The Marcus Aurelius era thought. Yeah, and I recommend this book on Buddhism, not necessarily for people to get into Buddhism. I just really like what it says. I mean, it takes a very sort of it's more of an academic sort of way of thinking about it. It's not necessarily like, here's Buddhism as a sort of religion or whatever. Yeah, so John D 212 said anxiety destroys the body over long term. So the project that I was on in these conditions, 3 of us in a period of like a 2-month period, all went to be treated for shingles because our nerves were so bad, and we're all young dudes at the time. Like 3 of us had shingles. The environment lead got shingles in his teeth. I had shingles going down my right side shoulder. And another guy, programmer, had shingles as well. I forget where. And the doctor was like, you guys are too young for this. It's like, yeah, but our immune system's wrecked because we're so stressed all the time. It was just a rough project. But, and this is, I've mentioned it before, and, you know, I never want to like make folks uncomfortable with the topic or whatever. But the way I wound up, it wound up being like a pretty big life-changing experience for me. You know, for maybe not the original intended reason or whatever, but I had a doctor that I had a doctor that started me on Ativan when I first got the anxiety, and she gave me like more and more, and then it was like, hey, can I get, you know, like I copped a Xanax from one of the women I was working with, and I was like, oh, this is pretty dope. Can I get some of that? And so she was just like feeding me pills, like, so Ativan, Xanax. You know, when I got the shingles, that was the first time I had a doctor like prescribe like, here are 180 Vicodin. If you don't need them, don't use them. And like that project was so shit that it was like, oh, I'm gonna use everything I can get my hands on. And so, I wound up in a situation where it's like, at some point, I realized that my relationship actually was falling apart. And, you know, it was, I think, related to a lot of what was going on. Me being on a ton of pills, the project sucking, my wife, you know, at the time working on the project with me as well. She was in a different role, but she had eventually wound up on that project. And, you know, so it was like, we just kind of grew. Well, let's be real. she kind of grew apart. It was like, you know, dealing with the relationship, kind of just the getting laid off in 2011, and then going, it was relationship falling apart, the getting laid off, and as the relationship fell apart, it was kind of like, all right, you keep the house. But at some point during all of that, it just got shitty enough that I was like, you know what, I think I should go to rehab. And unfortunately, you know, if you've got decent insurance in the US, that can happen. And so I went to rehab for a month. You know, week one, basically get off all the pills and stuff, which was fantastic. And then the next 3 weeks, it was basically no phone, right? Like no handheld, no smartphone. And so it was 3 weeks of just every day. The place stayed at like 99 people, right? Capacity, around 100 people. And so there's always new people coming in and people leaving. And when people come in, it was crazy to see people come in and just look at how bad they looked, right? And I've got people that I'm still, you know, still chat with every once in a while or whatever, that I met there. And I remember when they came in, it's like, man, look like zombies. So I know what I had to have looked like because I know what I felt like. But I would say the thing that was the best part of that for me, because I realized it really wasn't for me. It's not like, you know, I had a thing where I was really seeking, you know, oh man, shit, like once this was over, I couldn't wait to go find some, you know, more pills again or whatever. Once it was done, I was just kind of like done with it. The big thing for me was I was just in such a shitty life situation that I'd gotten used to, that for me it wound up being the acknowledgement that the life situation is what was really driving the behavior, and the fact that I should have quit the job a lot earlier. We should have figured out, you know, relationship a lot earlier. We probably would have been happier. The house didn't matter. It's a fantastic house. I mean, every once in a while I'll still dig it up and show people. I was like, oh, you see, man, this is a badass house out in the hill country. It's kind of dope, right? But there's no like longing for it. It's just kind of like, oh, that was a cool thing to have had at one point. And really, in seeing that I wasn't unique, and seeing that everybody I was in there with, there was always 99 other people that had the same shit going on, the same problems. A lot of people had worse situations at times, or got themselves in worse trouble, or exercised poor judgment, you know, or didn't have the support from, you know, friends and family that I got, and all this stuff. And it was just like, it was a nice, yeah, like you said, John, rehab reminds you to count your blessings. Yeah, it was just like, it's something I can look back on and go, well, I thought that was the worst thing that was going to happen to me. I thought my world was going to end, right? Like I used to be so worried about losing my job. I would see, you know, like if we were driving through Austin and I'd see homeless people, I'd be like, I'd get like uncomfortable at the thought of like, oh man, is that going to be me? Like if I lose my job, is that what happened to that person? Right. And it's like this irrational fear of potential change that, you know, after that experience, it just, life got a lot easier for me, because there's just, not saying, don't get me wrong, still do dumb shit, and still there's, you know, tons of behavior that I should improve or can improve or whatever. But man, I got so much healthier after that experience, because I just, when I do hit a point where it's like, oh, this is super stressful, or hey, this is scary or whatever, I can at least track back to that experience and be like, yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Had a lot of change over the years, and had to work through a lot of like, you know, a lot of worry about certain changes or certain situations. Like when Jasmine and I first started dating, like we had casually dated for, I don't know, a while, like a year prior to that. And then maybe longer. And then she lived in Germany still, and I'd moved to Sweden. And like, I went from being really horrible in relationships in general to like, we dated long distance for another, I think it was like another year or so before she moved in. And every couple of weeks, you know, we'd fly back and forth or something like that. But yeah, it was just, and if you would have asked me prior to the whole rehab thing, etc., I would have been like, there's no way in hell I could ever be in a long distance relationship. So yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. I'm just babbling about shit that's not game development. But I would say those experiences have over time helped me chill the fuck out. Because I just used to be like, I used to think that was part of like a successful mindset is, I need to make sure you understand my opinion right now. Everybody in the whole company of 500 people, Sony Online, I have big ideas. And if I don't exercise my ideas, then, you know, how are you going to know that I have value? Or, you know, like, hey, you know, I understand people, you have experience and stuff. Like the way I used to deal with people that were like the studio heads or people that had been making games for a long time, and they'd give feedback and I'd be like, yeah, that's cool, thanks, but you know, I like my ideas better, right? And it was just, you know, I think there's also maybe something humbling about finding yourself in rehab. That also helped, right? Like, so, but but like I said, I'm not saying I'm, you know, a ton less of an asshole these days or whatever. I think maybe I try to be a little bit more conscious of it, and I am a hell of a lot more chill. So I don't know. No shame for anyone that helps for help with life. Yeah, for sure. That's the other thing. I hope, you know, people can realize is when people find themselves in that situation, man, like, trust me, there are definitely some dark ass times during that period where I'm glad I reached out for help. Right? It's like, you know, there are hotlines, and there you know, there's people out there that have been through all sorts of shit, and I was shocked. You know, I was shocked at, like, you can just ask somebody like, hey man, like, what do I do? Or yeah, thanks for sharing your story, appreciate you sharing, being so open. Yeah, like I said, I don't ever want to make anybody uncomfortable with that type of thing, but after the experience, it's been super easy for me to be comfortable from my end, at least, like, sharing it. I'm like, just because it was what it was, you know. The game dev to junkie pipeline, classic. Yeah, I've seen it a lot, you know. Game development can be a rough business. As C-Jack above said, was at a 10-day on-location game jam recently, and was so good for my anxiety around work, because that microcosm was such a space to realize, oh wait, I'm really good at my job, which is nice. Yeah, that is helpful. Brown Butcher's finally out of meetings. I hate to break it to you, but I'm eventually gonna have to stop this. We're creeping up on 4 hours. Unacceptable. I know, man. I feel bad. Yeah, to close out that topic, I would say if anybody is ever in a situation where you think you're like, hey, I might need to go to rehab. If the opportunity exists for you, get get a hold of like the information or whatever. Look around, kind of see what's available in your area. When you have the information, you need to get someone that winds up being your person that helps you commit. Because I can speak from experience. Once I was on my way, I decided I did not need it anymore. I was like, you know what? Thinking about this, actually, I don't think this is a good idea. Let's turn this car around. Now that I've thought this through, you know what? I think I'll be fine. My bad. False alarm, everybody. And after that, I tried to help a coworker. It's funny because the job I was going to at the time, because I'd been laid off at Sony, but I'd already interviewed at another company. I had to tell them I was going to be late because I was in rehab. I was like, yeah, my start date's while I'm in rehab. So, going to be late. And they were super supportive. And then later on, they had somebody that was having some serious issues. And so they were like, hey, can you speak with this person? Spent a day trying to get them into a place. And it was very difficult because they were just like, nope. So that's my last bit on that topic, and also my last bit of advice. Goblin said, I'll be streaming next. Oh, nice, because I'm yawning. I am yawning. So I tell you what. Goblin, get your stream fired up. What are you going to be doing on stream, Goblin? And anybody that hasn't watched Goblin stream should really check it out. It's pretty amazing to me to see a blank canvas turn into like actual stuff. I find it hugely motivating to see like something come out of nothing, right? Like here, we'll open a prop. Goblin will just start with it'll be just gray, and the next thing you know, you got beautiful bottles and stuff appearing. It's wild. It's wild that he can do that. Goblin stream is very relaxing. He's a very chill dude. Alright, so I tell you what, Goblin, you get your stream fired up and then we'll raid you. And anybody that's been hanging out listening to my bullshit for the last 4 hours, if you're not doing anything better, then you have no excuse not to check out Goblin's stream for a while. So don't you go just logging out because I'm done here. Feel the same way about Zukin streams? Yep. Yeah, I loved it, the team streams. It's... Like I said, if you check out our YouTube, we've 380 plus videos. You can find them here. If you're new to what we're doing, you don't know what it's about, there's our website. Join our Discord if you're not in there already. DDJ said, great whooshing today. Thank you. We'll probably be doing some more pushing later. Goblin is live. All right, guys. Enjoyed hanging out with you today. Hopefully you enjoyed it as well. I'm going to raid Goblin if I can not screw it up. I always feel like I'm going to screw it up because I'm getting old. I'm going to push the button. I'm going to raid Goblin. I will be back on Thursday. I hope to see you guys there. Yeah, when I'm not raiding, usually I like to wrap it up with a bunch of thank yous and goodbyes to everybody individually that wants to say goodbye. So I'll do a few and then I'll push the button. Definite, you're very welcome. Tannhauser, see you. Sparrow, thank you very much for that. We'll do more decorating in the dungeon soon. Brown Butcher, you're very welcome. Sorry that you had to be in so many silly meetings. John, yeah, see you guys over there. Skagadan, you're very welcome. Alphonse, goodbye. Bounty Code, thank you. You're very welcome. Schmonite, you're welcome as well. Fielder, bye-bye. Oh, somebody asked about the book earlier, and I totally... One sec. It's Buddhism, Pure and Simple, Stephen Hagen. Control Shift F, Control Alt, Control Shift T. Here we go. It's right here. Sorry, I didn't mean to blow you off. It's a great book, so you should check it out. Breck, see you, buddy. Trontego? I'm probably saying that wrong. Goodbye, MMO Pug. Take care. Hyper, see you. Fielder, bye-bye. Maybe again. Justin Beard, see you Thursday, buddy. Hope you have a great day. DDJ, see ya. Narf, see you. Zeitgeist, later. You're very welcome. All right, I'm going to raid now. You guys, we can say goodbye on Thursday if Goblin's not streaming. Anybody that I missed. Raid. Goblin Works. Start raid. Get in there. Get in there. There better be some more people ready to raid. Come on, guys. All right, raid now.
Starting up a little bit of the game. Only have two things here. Oh, actually, I might be able to. We'll do.
Oh, I never.
Game capture.
Did I ever? I didn't stop the stream. All right.
Game.
Stopping